Hello, Francis.
Hello, Rahul. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. What about you?
Very good, very good. I'm traveling right now. I'll be in my coming some minutes, but
That's fine.
connected in the phone.
Yeah, we'll wait for 4-5 minutes. Let others also join. Then we'll start.
Good.
Hi Rahul, happy Monday.
Hello, Sunil. Same to you.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Let's wait.
Another weekend is over. Yeah.
Yeah. You will think and it will over.
Yeah.
So temperature is very bad these days here in UK. So people are suffering.
Yeah. Or the heat wave or the weather wave?
Yeah, it's a heat wave. 28-degree temperature for now.
Global warming everywhere.
Yeah. Let's wait for 4-5 minutes. Let's give chance for others also to join. Then we'll start here.
Sounds good.
Hi, Adel. Thanks for joining.
Hi.
Yep. We'll give a couple of more minutes if somebody is joining. Otherwise, we'll start in the next 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay. I doubt anybody else is going to join right away. So I think we should start. and rest of the people, whenever they will join, they can join and refer the recordings. Okay, so before we start, the way we start daily, okay, I'll start with the questions if anyone have anything. Otherwise, we'll progress. Whatever left out from day 4 and then day 5, the original today will cover. Yeah. Any question from anyone?
Not for me.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So that's fine. Let's jump on then. Okay, so what we are going to cover day 4, right? Remember, I hope everyone have the document for now. Okay, so now if you see here on day 4, on that day we have covered this EC2 section, right? Then S3 bucket was pending. Sorry, storage section was pending. So we are going to cover the storage section today. Okay, we'll cover the storage section, what all the services are there inside storage, how they works, right? All those things we are going to discuss. Some practice are also there. So once day 4 these things are done, then originally, because today we are on day 5, right? So we'll cover the day 5 items. Okay, so let's go. Okay, so what we are going to cover is storage section, right? So let me log into AWS so I can show you parallelly. Okay, now if you come here in the services section and storage, right? So as I said, right, so one by one, on that day I discussed that we are going to cover the compute section, right? So in compute, mostly EC2 is there and some other services are there, right? Now what we are going to cover, we will be covering storage section, right? You know that the compute, storage, database, these are the key services that that we have in IT anybody is working on, right? So storage, if you check on the storage, what all the services are there? AWS backup, EFS, elastic disaster recovery, right? FSX, S3, S3 Glacier, and storage gate, right? So what all the things we are going to cover today? We will be covering S3, which is the main storage we have. Okay. Then S3 Glacier. I'll just briefly, give you the idea what S3 Glacier is. Then storage gateway also will cover, and then EFS will cover. So these 4 services within AWS storage that we are going to cover. Okay, one by one, and we'll give you the idea what they are, how they work. Okay. So the very first one is S3, right? So S3 is the name itself, right? So name is S3 means there is a triple S section. Triple S means simple storage service. Okay. So when I'm saying a simple storage, remember, on day 1 when I was briefing you EBS, right? So EBS, I brief you that in EBS basically, uh, okay, that's a block storage, right? Block storage means I told you that the internal hard drive. Internal hard drive means a disk which you need to install and then you need to format and then you can utilize, right? But there is another type of storage which is S3. Okay, and in case of S3, actually, it's work as a external hard drive. Actually. So when I'm saying external hard drive means you just plug and play. Okay, you install the you install the the way we work on the external hard drive, right? Just plug and play, we just install it and it will start working, right? We just put the external disk into the system and it will start working. Same way S3 works actually. So in S3, we don't have to format it actually. Okay, it's an object-based storage. Object-based means we just we can just install it. We can just take the storage and we can start copying our objects. Okay, that's called object storage. Okay, so always remember in that way so that you can remember it's external. It's a kind of external disk. The way external disks or pen drives works, right? You just you don't have to format. The file system will be by default will be coming, right? Same way. It can be utilized. You don't have to format it. It can be directly utilized actually. Okay, so that's called simple storage service. That's S3. And object storage means any object you can uh, you can just copy the object directly. Object means any file, folders, or anything that can be just directly copied, and uh, you can start working there. Okay, so we'll talk about one by one what in S3, what is the bucket, what is the object. That's the two main concept is there actually. So we'll talk about S3. Okay, yeah, some benefits, some benefit you can go through what benefit we have. So creating bucket storage, main is the security actually. Main is the security and uploading and downloading data. That's the main key properties that we have, that you can create your bucket any point of time. You can create your bucket any point of time, and you can and you can download the data as well at any point of time. Okay, that's the kind of benefit. That's kind of benefit we have in S3. Okay, so there is a two different concepts are there that we will talk about. One is the bucket, one is the object, right? Two different things. Now when I'm saying a bucket, right, bucket means a place where you can put your files actually. A kind of bucket, a kind of container you can say, where you can keep all your files. Okay, that's called as a bucket. Okay, now bucket names should be unique. There are bucket names should be unique. Okay, and there is a lot of security, lot of I'm sorry, a lot of permissions you can attach to the buckets actually, so that who should be able to access, who should not be able to access, right? All those things you can manage via bucket. That's a bucket actually. That's why the bucket is very important. Okay, and then object could be anything. Object could be file, folder, a zip file, anything, PHP, any pictures, whatever you are uploading inside the object bucket, that will be called as a object. Okay, so I will just show you. Now let's suppose so when you land on the EC2, right? Sorry, S3. Okay, when I land on the S3 first time, okay, you land on this page. Okay, now you can see here there is a create bucket. Just ignore this, which is already created. You might not see this. Okay, if you are new, right? If you already have some older account where the buckets are there, then that's fine. Otherwise, if that's a new account, then you'll see you will not see any details here. Okay, so what you can do, we can create a bucket here. I'll just show you how you can bucket and play around bucket on object section. Okay, so let's create a bucket. Okay, I will say my bucket. You can choose region depending on your okay. Now one section is here, block public access setting for this bucket. Means if there is a by default the public access is denied. By default public access is denied on the bucket. Reason behind it, because bucket is being used for the storing the data, right? So that could be a very tricky. if you give access to everyone, publicly access, that's then it's very tricky, right? But there is a possibility. If I want to enable it, I can enable it. It will say that the public access might result in this bucket that it will be become public. So right now we are not going to change it. Keep it as it is. Okay. Bucket versioning, keep it disabled for now. I'll show you what exactly the bucket versioning is. Okay. And simple. See, I have not chosen anything. I've just given the my bucket name. Okay. Region. Rest everything is default. I will say create bucket. Sorry. It should be unique. I told you, right? So something, any, just choose any. It should be unique name. So I've just given some numbers. Okay. So now you can see here, my bucket got created, right? My bucket 2546. Okay. That's a bucket. Bucket means I can keep my data here. I can keep my, so that's a bucket, which is the external container, right? Now, what is the object? Object could be, now if you see here, once I came here, it's saying object is 0 because there is a no object for now. Let's suppose I will upload one. So just if you click on this upload button, add some files. Okay. Now let's suppose I will say upload. Taking time, I'll go for the smaller one. That's a I'll go only one file. The lot of file will take some time to upload. Okay, I'll just take any one file. Now let's suppose I'll say upload. Okay, got uploaded. Now, if you see here, it's saying object 1, right? So any file, any folder, any picture. Okay, that's a one object actually. Okay, now bucket, inside bucket, there is an object, right? Two different things are there. So just remember, now there is a permission. When you are setting up the permission actually, so the permission can be set up on bucket, as well as the object as well, right? So now if you see here, let's suppose, I want this total for download, right? So okay, so storage. Okay, now two concept is there. One is the bucket, another one is the object, right? So okay, now you can see here what I said. I copied S3 URL, right? So you can see here the, sorry, this is not for the, this is for a object actually. Okay, so for object, this is entire location. This is the entire location actually. Okay. Now, if you want to download it, right? If I want to just download this one, I can paste it here. So there is a space actually, which is creating problem. This is the way actually. Okay. So basically, if I say copy S3 URL, right? Okay, this is the place actually, copy URL. If you copy this URL, this will be a final location. This one is just your this one cannot be directly actually for internet. This one cannot be utilized. This one is being used for some internal copying and pasting. Internal means SDK. Some, let's suppose some application is there which is calling, then you can utilize. Otherwise, this is the URL. This is how the URL works. Okay. Now you can see here how the URL is there. https:// So that's your bucket name. Okay. Bucket will be entirely, that's a fully qualified name of the bucket. You can see here AP-South-1. If it is your region, it will be, US-East-1 something, or US, something like that. Okay. And then your object name. Okay. Now you can see here, this is the entire object name. This is how your entire object will be looks like. Okay. Okay. Now, because access is not there, obviously, because when I'm checking it from outside, access is, I've not given the public access, right? So that's the reason I'm not able to access it from outside. Otherwise, you can open this, the access you can give it. Access you can give so that anybody can access from the outside as well. So remember, there is a two type of access is there. One is object level access. Another level is uh, one is the object level storage and object. Just give me a moment. Okay, so there are two type of access. One is the bucket, another one is the object. Okay, just remember. Now let's suppose I want to play with some access on the bucket, right? What I can do? Okay, this is my bucket. Sorry, this one, the above one is my bucket, right? So I will go there. Okay, and I will go in the permissions. Okay, so the very first thing, right? Bucket public access. Until unless the bucket is not publicly accessed, you cannot connect it from outside. So the very first thing that I'll do, I'll uncheck this so that it will be publicly available. Okay, I said yes, it will ask me, yes, there is a risk. So fine, I'm ready to that risk, taking risk, because my data is not so critical. Okay, now you can see here, so still giving me error. Okay, reason behind it, because if I need to access the objects, right, I need to give some permission to the objects as well. Okay, so that we'll be able to access it. Okay, now because directly I cannot give the access, but okay, because there is no ACL have been created, right? The access control list we have not created. That's the reason. Okay, what we can do. You can see here. So now if I want to access, if I want to control the access, basically I need to control it. I need to control it via this bucket policy. Okay. There is a bucket policy concept is there where I can put some bucket policy. Okay. And then only I'll be able to access it. So I'm not going to generate it policy right away. Okay. But I'm just telling you that there is a two level of permission actually earlier, before I think 1 year back, AWS used to give you the access that you can directly make a public to your objects actually. You can make it here. Then if you go there, there is a direct option was there. If you just select your object, there used to be an option here to make it public, but now they make it via ACLs. Okay, and ACL, because it's a very risky business, right? That's why they have make it so complicated, so that you should not be able to make it public so easily. Okay, but this is the way actually how you can manage. Two things are there. Just remember S3 and uh, S3 of buckets and objects. Okay, both permissions are different. That's how AWS will give you the permission. It's very they are making sure that the top level of access management things is applied. Okay, that's the reason all these things have been done actually. Okay, so two things. Then third one is the a key. A key is the unique identifier for an object within a bucket. Okay, so we'll talk about on the key as well. How? Okay, now you can see here. There is no key for now, right? So what we are going to do it. There is a concept of versioning, bucket versioning actually. Okay, so when I'm saying versioning, now let's suppose uh, the same file is there, right? Same file is there. Let's suppose I have just uploaded the same file and I'm trying to upload it, right? So what will happen? Oh, I'll just show you. Think about this daily logs itself, right? Or any file. I'm saying any file. Let's suppose, where is the daily logs? Daily logs, right? This is the file. Let me upload it. I'll just show you a few things. Okay, this is the file, right? I have just uploaded it. Sorry. Yeah, done. Now what happened? So this is the file, right? Now what happened? Let me just change few more details here. Okay, let's suppose this is something I've added, right? I'll save it again. Okay, and I will upload it again. Same file. I'm just uploading the same file again. Right now, what happened? One thing is happened that whatever the latest one is there, that got uploaded, right? That's true. But the problem is, if there is some problem with the older one, right? Older file, is there any way that the older one, which is there, that we can manage, we can access it? No, we cannot. We cannot revert it actually. The older one, older version is gone. Okay, so to solve this problem, we have a concept called versioning. Okay, bucket versioning. If we enable the bucket versioning, what the bucket versioning will do? Bucket versioning will each each set of your data actually. Okay, when I'm saying each set of data, what I'm trying to say. So let me enable the bucket versioning first. Okay, documentation is there. How I can enable it? You have to go in properties. So you have to go in bucket properties, then go in bucket versioning. Okay, and then say enable. Okay, here you can see properties, bucket versioning, edit it, and say enable. Okay, that's it. Just few things. Okay, now what happened? You can see here there are some documentation I have updated, right? Now if I'll just save this file, okay, and upload one more copy, the same file. Okay, I'll say upload. Okay, what happened? I didn't see any difference, right? For now. But there is one change I can see here. There is an option called show versions, right? If I'll click on the show versions, now you can see here there is a difference, right? There is a, the older one was this one, okay? And this one is the newer one, which got attached actually. Okay, in this way, whatever the, if I want to download this one, I can download. If I want to download this one, I can download. So both version, whatever the difference is there in that file, we can see if there is some difference. Let's suppose the older one, I know that I have some messed up the new version, right? I want to go back to the older one. Okay, then that's a simple solution, right? Then that's a simple solution. We can easily, select the older one and go back. That's called bucket versioning actually. You can see here the older one, there is a key which got attached actually, each version. Whenever you upload, let's suppose I'll upload it again. Let's suppose I'll just change few more things. Bucket versioning. I'll say edit and enable. Right? Just for namesake, I'm changing something. Let me just upload it again. Okay. I'm here. Okay. Now you can see here there is one more version, right? Which is just got downloaded. Now if I download this one will be having the latest version. Yes, edit and enable, right? That's the latest one. Got it? And there is a specific key also being attached. Each version will have a key. So using that key, and you can identify, you can download it. Any question from here? No? Okay, I'll take it no. You can see here, if you click on that, your file, you will see the objects. If you go there, you'll get all the options. Right? You can see here all the options are there. If you click there, you'll see all the options. Sorry. I think I have given some permissions, right? Okay, now if I'll give the permission to this. Now I think I should be able to give the permission. Here we go. Right? So basically, if you can see here, right? So I can make public in this way as well. Okay, now let's suppose, I think you might have already, all the files, but in this way, actually, I can upload your files, that entire file, all the 10 days file, right? Now, let's suppose you were asking, I think, Sunil, you were asking, right, these daily logs on that day. Okay. Now, let's suppose I want to share with you, right? So what I'll do, okay, I'll just show you actually what I have done. Okay. Now you can see here, whenever you're creating a bucket, right, there is a concept called ACLs. Okay, ACL is the new actually access control list. Basically, if you want to share somebody the permission, right, the public permission, what you have to do is you have to come here in my bucket. Okay, one thing which, okay, let me just write it down. Public access, right? Public access, if you want to give someone, what you have to do it. One thing is you have to make sure of the setting call. This is the first thing that you have to do it. Okay. Then the next one is you have to enable access control list. Okay. And give a read write to and add permission. Okay, these three things you have to do it. Okay, you can see here. So access control list. Okay, now if you really want to, let's say I'll give you the first way, right? So that you'll get some idea, good idea that the how exactly. I'll just create a fresh bucket in front of you, upload file and give you the access so that you'll be having the clear cut idea. Okay, now let's create a simple bucket again. I will say DevOps, some random numbers. Okay. Okay. Now this one ownership, right? So here, if I'm not giving a public access, I'll keep it disabled, right? I don't need that. But if I want to give the public access, I need to enable it. Okay. And here I can keep it in the same. Okay. Bucket owner profile. Okay. Now, one more thing you have to remember, you have to remove this because this will block your all the public access. Okay, if you're checking this box, so you have to make sure you uncheck this box. Okay, and it will ask you acknowledge. Yes, you do acknowledge and say create bucket. Okay, you can see here some unique number, then also okay, sorry, this will be small letters. Okay, I'll create it. Right now, you can see here I just fresh created this account right in front of you, and where I can see it's saying object can be public, right? Because I make a public ACL I have enabled it, right? I'll just go there and I'll upload the same file, which is daily one, which you guys were looking for. Okay, and I will say upload for now. Let's upload it. Then later point of time we'll give the access. Okay. Now, remember on bucket, we have already given the access, right? But what about the object? Object, you have to you have to give a permission, right? So I have to click here, make public. I have to say, make a public. Okay. Now, if you come back, ideally, so this is the URL. Okay. Now, if all good, I should be able to access. Here you go. Right. So I'll just share with you guys. I hope you guys will be also able to access it. Just see if you're able to access. If anybody is not, just let me know. Anyone tried? Sunil, Adel, anyone? Can I just give a try if you are able to access it?
Yeah, I'm behind, so I'm not able to try it today. Yeah.
Okay, okay. No, you don't have to create it actually. If you are in front of computer, if you just give a click in this and see if
Oh,
you are
okay,
able to
okay.
access on.
I was able to.
I'm
You're
able
able
to,
to, right?
I'm able to
Yeah.
access it. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
that's fine. It
yeah,
means that
yeah. No, I got it. Sorry, I was not
Yeah.
paying attention, but now I got it. Yeah.
Yeah. It means that this public access is working, right? The public access which we have just created, anybody, right? It's my account. And in my account, the data is there, but you are able to access, right? Then that's good. Okay. So this is the one Sunil, you can copy. You're asking, right? Last
Yeah,
week.
yeah. I downloaded it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the way actually how we can play around it. There are a lot of things are there if you really want to, and hopefully you all have the, data, right? The email that I have shared with you, the data for all the 10 days. If you don't have, I can just upload it here, give the permission so that you can download everything at one go. I think I have copied everyone, so you must have the data for now. Okay, so some facts and figures for S3 fundamentals. Whoever is going for examination, make sure you give special, focus here. So you should be aware what is happening, what numbers, right? All these things are important actually. Okay. There is a two more thing about S3 bucket is replication, right? A same region replication and uh, a same region replication and cross region replication. Basically, what exactly the replication means? Replication means, let's suppose I have some data in one bucket, right? So if I'm making a replication, right, one from one bucket to another bucket, if I'm making a replication, then what will happen? Uh, by default, data will be replicated in another bucket. Let's suppose generally sometime there is a requirement. Okay, so let's suppose sometime there is a landing bucket. Okay, and sometime there is a destination bucket. Okay, so how people are doing? Okay, there is a landing bucket. They will make a replication from landing bucket to a bucket which is there in the. Let's suppose in this one. Just try to make something. Okay. Now let's suppose there is a one bucket we have here, one we have here, one we have here. Okay. Now let's suppose one bucket is there, one bucket is here. Okay. Now, if you let's suppose I want to, I want to make a replication. Okay. So what exactly the replication I'm talking about? What exactly the replication I'm talking about? Okay. So now let's suppose there is one replication. Okay. And then another replication is this side. Okay. Now let's suppose here I'm saying cross region. Use region. AP, APAC. Okay. And I'll say here as well. Okay. Now let's suppose I want to do something that okay, I have one region. Okay. APAC, one bucket here. I have same one more bucket here in the same region. Okay. I want to do some replication here from this bucket to this bucket. So whatever I'm writing here on this bucket, okay, that should be copied here in this bucket, right? Landing bucket, which is in the same region. At the same time, I want to do something so that it should be moved into the a bucket which is available in the different region. That possibility is also there. So sometimes it happens that you have some requirement, right? So I have this landing bucket. This is the first one. So I need that any file which is coming here in this bucket, that should be replicated to here in this another bucket. And this file, when there is a file landing here, that should be replicated to the another region, right? So if you go in industry, you'll see that there is a lot of requirements. Such kind of requirement would be there. Okay. So if you are doing same region, let's suppose APAC, Mumbai to Mumbai. If you are doing this Mumbai to Mumbai, then or maybe EU, London to London or US to US, then it's the same region replication. But if I'm doing a London to US, then it's a cross region replication. Okay. So this is the concept actually. Okay. That's called a replication. Okay. I'll just show you. So let's suppose I have this. Okay, so here is the replication rule, right? From here, actually, you can create a replication rule, which will just make sure that that kind of replication is happening. Okay, so what kind of, let's suppose, same region replication, which is called SRR. Same region replication, I'm saying. Okay, so DevOps is think about this is the bucket I'm saying. Okay. Let's suppose I'm saying everything. Okay, and I will say this bucket, the another bucket, the second bucket. Okay, as okay, let's suppose I'm giving, I doubt that this will work because we need to specify the proper IAM role, but I'm just giving you how you can create it actually, how you can create it. Okay, so basically, if you come here in the, the replication rule, there are a few things are there that you have to do it. The very first thing is some rule name you have to give, and basically source and destination, right? If you come here, this is the source, this is the destination. That's it. You have to give the uh, you have to give the details. You have to give the details. What is the source bucket and what is the destination bucket? That information you have to provide it here. Okay, now let's suppose. Okay, so let's suppose I'll give everything. Okay, slash means I'm saying slash means whatever the whatever things are coming, let it be. Okay, and then destination. Destination you have to choose. So I choose the same. Remember, there is another option as well. So I can choose anybody yours account as well. But I'll just show you. Let's do it one by one. So we'll choose our bucket only. Okay. Then this is the IAM role actually I have to give. IAM role is very specific. So this is the older IAM role that I have created. That one I'm just showing you. Okay. Otherwise, remember IAM role, we have just discussed last week, right? So IAM role is something which is being used for service to service. One service to another service, if you want to give access, then IAM role will be utilized, right? So I have just given that IAM role which we have created last time. Okay, then any other? I don't think so. Any other is important. Okay, what? Any error? The replication must contain English character only. Is it? Is it? Okay, so let me create now. Okay, that's a bucket or bucket versioning was mandatory. Okay, just remember that if you're doing the replication, S3 replication, right? S3 replication. How you can do that? You have to do it from management. You have to go choose S3 where you have to create, go in management, and then create rule replication rule. Okay, now inside give source bucket and destination some bucket. Then you have to give IAM role which have full permission. Okay, if you don't know how to create the IAM role, I think these things we have discussed on the IAM section there. If you go back and check that, I think day 3, if you check that how you can create the IAM role and all that I have covered there. Okay, and then make sure that bucket versioning is enabled. Otherwise, it will giving me error, right? That's why I'm just. Okay, now you can see here it will ask me, do you want to do you want to existing objects as well? If you say yes, so what it will try to do, it will just run whatever. Okay, now if you see here, Generate completion report. I think the permission, permission again, it is asking me. I think same we can choose. I think the permission is going to be create problem because permission we need a any bucket for the final report as well. You have to choose. So if I'll say yes, let's try see what is doing. Is trying to create. Okay, got failed, right? I'm damn sure must got failed for the permission. Failed to assume role, right? So basically, we need a role actually. We need a proper role. So this is the way actually how you can create it. Okay, this is the way how you can create the replication. Okay, so I'll not go in detail how you can create the roles and etc. Otherwise, if you really want to play, so create a role, create a proper role which have full permission on S3 to S3. Okay, for for replication, S3 replication. I think there might be some role will be already available and choose that role as so choose that role. Okay, and see if it is working. So in this way, actually, the replication can be created. Okay, for so now once this replication is created, then what you have to do it, you have to create a job. Okay, once replication config is done, then you have to create a replication job, which will move objects. Okay, this is the way actually how entire your S3 replication works actually. Okay, this is the same region replication. Same way, if you want to do the cross region replication, the similar way you can do that. Okay, if I'll go there in the bucket, same way management. I'll come here, I'll say, okay. So last one I've said that the same region application, I can say is a CR, cross region replication. Okay, status I'll say enable. Prefix I will say yes. Okay, now here you can see there is an option for if I need to choose some different, right? Earlier I was using the same account and same region. Okay, I can choose some different account and different regions as well. Okay, so this is the way actually, this is the way, but again you have to make sure you are giving your permissions. Okay, so I'll just give you some idea from where you can create the permissions. I've given you last time, but this is the IAM section. Actually, you have to create it from here. Okay, here in the roles, you have to create the roles here from here. Okay, so if you create the roles, this way actually it can be worked. So you have to choose S3, S3 to S3, that role you have to choose. Okay, so roles is very important. Give the final permission, but just be aware that this is the way actually how you can work. Okay, this is one called SRR. Okay, another called CRR. Same region replication. And this one called cross region. Replication. Okay. Okay. How I can give the block access, how you can give the uh, public access. So I have already shown you. Bucket policy I have shown you. Transferring data, there is just some limitations as well. Just remember that one. Okay, what is the limitation? So object of upload object in single operation. So one go, you cannot upload more than 5 GB data actually. Okay, and upload even though if you are uploading, let's suppose in a different means one object cannot be more than 5 GB. So max is 5 GB that you can keep for one object. One object mean one file, one these things can be there actually. So you can just keep for 5 GB the max. Okay, then if you want to do into the parts, then also the maximum size that can go is a 5 TB. You cannot go more than that actually. So just be aware. Bucket versioning I have brief you, cross region replication I have brief you. One more concept is storage class actually that I'm going to talk about. Okay, but before that we'll take a break. Okay, and then come back. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Rahul.
I'm back, guys. Let me know once you're back. Okay, so hope we can start, right? Sunil, Adel, Francis, you guys are there, right? Okay, so let's start.
Yeah, hi Ram. I'm back.
Yep. Okay, so next one was I am about to talk about Amazon S3 storage classes, right? So storage classes is one of the concept actually uh, which need to be discussed. Okay, so if we are, if we are working for some test environment or the small environment, then that's fine. This storage class is not matters too much. But if we are working for some production environment and big environment, right, then storage class matters. Okay, so we are going to talk about few different type of storage classes. Okay, so there is a in-depth details are also going here. You can see I'll not go through each and everything. I'll just show you, okay, which one is important, how you can, identify those things I'm going to show you. Okay, so now you can see here, whenever any object is being stored in S3, right, it has a storage class. Means any storage class means which type of storage basically you're choosing. Okay, so there is a different storage are there. Okay, which type of storage that you are choosing, like, let's suppose standard intelligent tiering, right, standard infrequent access intelligent tiering, what these different storage are all about. Okay, so the very first one is standard, which is being used everywhere. Whenever you use your first by default, that's the default storage actually. If I'm not using any different type, if I'm not giving any specification, then standard will be chosen. Okay, then there is a 3 plus availability zone replication is possible. Okay, means 3 different places your data will be replicated. Okay, so if there is anything happen at one place, your data will be available at the another places, right? Most expensive storage class, but has no minimum object size and no retrieval fees. So just keep an eye on these two things. Okay, minimum object size and no retrieval fee. Okay, retrieval free means if you are taking your data back, right? In some of the cases, you have to pay a fee to AWS actually. Okay, that's the same thing we are going to discuss here in this way. What different type of there, in which condition, which one will be used, right? These are very important topics are there that we need to identify. Okay, so let's go in AWS, see first where exactly these storage classes are being defined and how you can change it. Yeah, so let's see. Okay, now if I'll come here in the S3, okay, if you come any of your bucket and click on the object, remember object is being stored in the you know object is being stored into the storage, right? So basically object information we have to look in. Okay, so how you can identify? Now if you click on the object and come downside, yeah, so you can see here there is a storage class available which is called standard, right? That's the same standard storage class I'm talking about, that the it has 99.99% availability, 49 availability, right? That means that the outage percentage is very less. Basically, now there is a possibility. Okay, there is a possibility that I can, I can change it from here. You can see the storage class. You will see here that the from here actually you can change it. Standard to intelligent tiering and standard, standard IA. All these options are there that we can talk about one by one. Just give me a moment. Okay, that's the first one, standard. Okay, then the second one is intelligent tiering. Okay, now what exactly in intelligent tiering? Intelligent tiering means it moves objects across access tiers based on the usage pattern. Okay, when I'm saying move objects across access tiers means, let's suppose we have 1,000 objects. Okay, so out of those 1,000 objects, if you are just utilizing, let's suppose 10 objects are there which is very frequently being used. Let's suppose some files, 1,000 objects means 1,000 files are there. Out of 1,000 files, there is only 10 files are there which is majorly and mainly being accessed, right? Then what will happen, this if you're choosing this intelligent tiering option storage, what that storage will do, that storage will keep these files which is being recently being utilized, and every time you're calling those objects, they will keep it into the top. Okay, now what the benefit is, the benefit is if you're keeping on the top, the accessibility will be easy, right? The latency which while calling the while calling that object will be very less, so you can easily get that object. Okay, that's why it's called as a intelligent tiering. Okay, performance is exactly similar as a standard. Now you can see here there is an option called standard tiering as well. Sorry, intelligent tiering as well. So if you want to choose, you can choose this one. Next one is standard infrequent access. Okay, now few different types of storage classes are available. Now let's suppose I have some data which I'm not using frequently. Let's suppose I'm just using in a week, once in a week, or maybe once in a 15 days, right? 2 weeks. So that kind of data, because remember, if we are using a different type of storage, there is a different price charges as well, right? Now if I'm choosing, let's suppose I have this kind of data where I'm not very frequently using it, right? Let's suppose I'm using it in a 15 days once. Okay, 15 days once, then there is no meaning to use for the standard one, right? Because standard is the very high class storage and you have to pay as well for that, right? So there is no meaning to use it. Then you can use the standard infrequent access. Okay, so in this standard infrequent access, that's a particularly designed in a way that the latency will be a bit high. Okay, so that's why let's suppose if you're not utilizing very frequently, so data can be kept it in some places, in a backstage that AWS can keep it, and whenever you need, you can call it back. Okay, now you can see here there is a charges. It's a cheaper obviously than standard storage class, Okay, 30 days is the minimum storage charges per object. Now you can see here, if I'll keep the data in storage standard infrequent access, so they are saying that the minimum you should keep your data for 30 days, right? They are saying that the don't delete or don't move your data before 30 days. Okay, and 128 KB minimum storage charges, object retrieval is free. Right now, there is no object retrieval. They're not saying, okay, so data is kept it. If you want to retrieve or download your data, right now it's free. But in the coming versions, the retrieval is also chargeable. Okay, so remember, there is a different storage, and remember, this is theoretical part, but very important for the examiners, for the examinees, whoever is going for the exam purpose. For them, you have to remember it properly, because this kind of situation will be arrive where they will ask you the question, which type of storage is good for you, right? Depending on the situation. Okay, so that's a infrequent access. Infrequent access means which is not very frequently accessed. Okay, you can see here standard infrequent access. Minimum storage duration also they are giving is 30 days. Okay, next one is one zone infrequent access. Okay, designed for non-critical. So here in this one, actually, if you see the above one, that's a 3 AG replication was there. 3 availability zone replication. Okay, when I'm saying 3 availability zone replication means your data is being kept into the 3 different zones, 3 different places. Okay, so if there is a there is issue with one place, your data will be available at the another place, right? Or if the issue got happen at 2 places, your data will be available at the third place as well, right? So that's a infrequent access. That's a standard infrequent. But in one zone infrequent access, that's a data will be kept it only in one availability zone. It means that's a less resilient. If something gone wrong, your data will be gone, right? So, but again, this is also a cheaper solution. This is also a cheaper solution. You can see here, this is the cheaper than standard, and it's standard infrequent access as well. So now let's suppose I have some data which is just a test data, and if there is a lose or anything happen, then also I'm good. Then in that case, you can use the standard infrequent access. Sorry, one zone infrequent access. Okay, you can see here still availability 99.5%, which is very good actually. That means out of 100 hours, there is only 0.5 hours is the downtime. So still availability is very good. But again, you have to be prepared. So you cannot keep your data, simple data there. Here as well, 30 days is the minimum storage charges. So if you are using like, let's suppose I'm thinking, right? So I'm thinking of the I'll keep these logs there and that. But remember, I have to charge for 30 days. Minimum that's the amount, they will charge me. Okay, so just be aware in that way. So for us who is just doing the practice and etc., for them standard is the best way. Okay, but if you are using a production system or test system, then you have to think about what is the best solution is for you. Intelligent tiering, standard, intelligent uh, infrequent access, or which one. Okay, so standard intelligent tiering, standard IA, one zone IA. Okay, now we'll go into the glaciers. Okay, now in glacier, what exactly the glacier actually? Glacier is being used, glacier, the name itself suggests, right? Glacier means something which is very hard to melt, right? Which is not very easily melt down. So glacier is being used. Let's suppose I have some data which 3, 4 or 4 months once I'm using. Okay, for that purpose, I can use the glacier section. Okay, in Glacier, if let's suppose I have some data which I know that it is being only accessed one time in 3 months. Okay, then we can use, then we are good to use the Glaciers. Okay, so Glacier, you can see here the design for 99.99% availability, 3+ availability zone replication is also there. Okay, and 90, but you can see here 90 days is the minimum charge per object. Means if let's suppose I uploaded one file, I have to pay minimum for 90 days. I cannot survive that. Okay, and 40 KB minimum storage charges, object retrieval free is also there. Okay, so object retrieval fees are also there. It means that if I am going to take my data back, I need to pay something. Okay, so basically why they are putting all these attempts, so that you should not access your data very frequently. Okay, if you have such kind of data which you need access, you have to access frequently, go for different other type of storage actually. Okay, but if you're going for Glacier, it should be only if 3-4 month data, something which you're not going to use for 3-4 months, or you're going to utilize, or you're going to call after 3-4 months, then only use the Glacier section. Okay, so Glacier, you can see here there is a different options. Instance retrieval is also option there, but then also 90 days you have to pay. Okay, and flexible retrieval policy as well. Let's suppose I need the some data which flexibility should be there, the quick should be there, then we can use this. There is a last one which is called Glacier Deep Archive. Okay, what is Glacier Deep Archive? Glacier Deep Archive is the next level of Glacier actually. So Glacier is being used for 90 days as a minimum object that should be stored. But if I'm going for Glacier Deep Archive, it will be 180 days actually. So 180 days is the minimum that we should be we have to keep the data actually. So if we have some data which we know that we are not going to, we are just utilizing once in a year, then Glacier Deep Archive could be the best solution. Okay, design for, you can see here 99.99% availability, which is very good. Then 3+ availability zone replication is available here as well. Okay, and 180 days is the minimum charge per object. Again, you have to pay for minimum 180 days, whatever the situation. Okay, there are some terminology actually: archive, vault, and vault lock. Okay, so archive is durably storage block of information. Tar or zip are common formats used to aggregate files. So archive means basically where you're keeping the file actually. Okay, the way you're keeping the file, right? When you're going for Glacier terminology, if you started using this terminology, you have to use. Okay, vault is a way of group archive together. If we have multiple archives, how you can group them, that's a vault. And lock is a lockable policy to enforce compliance, basically security, how you can implement the security. Okay, so Glacier Deep Archive, you can see here, right? I can change it. Storage class. You can see here, right? The storage went into the Glacier Deep Archive. Okay, now what happened? It will not allow me to change it. Okay, so there will be some charges would be there for sure. So what I can do, I can try deleting it. Not sure if it will, I'll be able to delete it. It will charge me, even though the amount is very less, but they will charge me for sure for something. Okay. So that's fine. Just for the showing purpose, I have done it. So this is the way actually you can change it, but there is no meaning to change it actually. Keep it with the standard one. I'll just delete the bucket. Okay. So this is the way you can change it. Whenever it's needed, you can change it. A different type of storage. So just go through. There is a lot of documentation that I have given. You just have to go through it. There's a comparison chart also is there. That's good for the okay. Fine. One more concept is before going on the snowball is a gateways actually. AWS storage gateway. Okay. Now, where exactly the AWS storage gateway is being used? AWS storage gateway being used for a local data center software application to cloud-based storage, such as S3. Now, let's suppose I have some data here in my local disk, okay, and I want to connect the S3, right? So it's not our data, but think about in that way that you're doing some migration, right? And you're doing some migration and you have some data in your local in-premises data center. Okay. Now you want to move it to the AWS S3. What is the solution? So solution is file gateway. Okay. So in the storage gateway. Okay. Now, when I choose a storage gateway, there are multiple options are there. Okay. So let's suppose again, it will be coming in the storage section. So if you come here in the storage, there is a storage gateway, right? Okay. Now in storage section, I have FSX is the new file gateway actually which got created, but ideally, originally there are three file gateway was there. Amazon S3 file gateway, okay, tape gateway and volume gateway. Okay, what basically difference between them? Okay, because we don't have that infrastructure actually, local data center and the AWS, so we will not be able to create and prove this. But conceptually, just understand basically what exactly we are doing. What exactly we are doing. Okay, so in file gateway means it's a you're mounting it the S3 bucket would be there, which will work as a virtual appliances, and you can copy your data actually. You can upload and retrieve your S3 your data from the S3. Now, what is the protocol that we are using in this concept? We are using NFS or SMB, Samba. Okay, so if it is a Windows server on your local data center and S3 there in the AWS, then we'll be using SMB, which is the Samba protocol. And if we are a Linux to Linux, let's suppose, Linux machine is there on your local on-premise data center, and we have to copy to the, AWS S3, then we'll use the NFS. Okay. I'll not go in detail of the NFS and SMB. I'll just note down there is a documents, storage gateway. I'll give you, for you guys, you can read it. It's not part of neither DevOps, neither AWS concept actually. So storage gateway. Storage gateway. So in storage gateway, we have three types of storage gateway. One is file gateway. Second one is volume gateway. Third one is web gateway. Okay, fourth, now AWS have introduced, it's called FSX file gateway. Okay, now in file gateway, this file gateway works on NFS and SMB called Samba protocol. Okay, so I'll not go through in detail. There is a lot of documentations are available. That's a Linux concept actually. Okay. It's a big concept actually. So I'll just share you the documentation so that you can. And there is a Samba. Okay, so both I have given to you. Just read about it if you really want. Otherwise, just be aware. These are the kind of a protocol which is being used in the Linux, and we are using it for the file gateway. So if for examination purpose, you just have to remember what is the protocol that we are using. So NFS and Samba we are using. Okay, now next one is volume gateway. Okay, so volume gateway is there is when I'm choosing a volume gateway, right? So if I'll come here in the volume gateway, right? Now we have two type of volumes. One is the cache volume, one is the stored volume, right? So what is the cache volume? So cache volume is create storage volume and mount them as a ISC devices on premises servers. The gateway will store the data written to the volume in Amazon S3 and will cache the frequently accessed data on premises in the storage device. Okay, and the stored volume store all the data locally on premises on the storage volume. Gateway will periodically take snapshot of data as incremental backup and store them into the S3. Okay, now you can see here there is a difference, right? If I'm choosing a volume gateway, so in volume gateway we have a called cache volume. Sorry for the spelling here. And the another one we have stored volume. Okay, now what's the difference? Okay, so in cache volume, data will be stored on iSCSI devices. On premises data centers. Okay, that's a that's how cache volume will be, and they are doing the cache as well, the local cache as well. Okay, here in this one, the second one is a different type of storage where all data will be saved into the storage volumes. All data will be saved in local volume, and periodic backups are happening. Okay, this is the difference. You just have to remember. So volume gateway is one. In volume gateway, there is a two type of. Remember what we are doing. Always remember the main theme. Why we are talking about, right? So that's a storage gateway, right? Storage gateway means something which is available. Storage gateway means something which is available on the uh, so storage gateway means something, why we are using the storage gateway, basically transferring the data, right? One place to another place means from your local data center to S3. For that purpose we are using the storage gateway, right? So the first one we talk about file gateway, where NFS and Samba will be utilizing, and we can copy that data. The second one we talk about volume gateway, where these volumes are getting mapped on your local disk, local data center section. That's how you copy it. Third one is using tapes. Okay, so tapes are the so these are the virtual tape section. Okay, I'm not sure how many people have seen the tapes, but okay, so tape device used to be looks like this. Okay, so there will be a magnetic disk. That magnetic disk will go into the tape and the data will be written here. Okay, that's an older concept actually. Now AWS is giving you a virtual concept. If I am saying, okay, I need a tape drive, I need to write it, so they have their their concept, and that can be written in their tape drive. Okay, they have mapped it in a way. So all these features that AWS is providing to you. So if you really want to use the tape drive, that possibility is also there, even though that's a physical device, right? Tape is the physical device, but we can still utilize as a virtual in our system. Okay, that's one. Tape is done. Uh, FSX is the new actually access fully managed file shares in the Amazon FSX for the Windows file server using SMB. So for Samba protocol, particularly for Windows, if you want to use this, FSX is the new concept that AWS have given. I've not used it anywhere, but just be aware that the for Samba protocol, if there is a Windows server, a lot of Windows servers are there, then on place of this, you can go for the FSX as well. Okay, last one is in data transfer, right? When we are talking about the remember this, all these things, why we are talking about is storage gateway is being used for data transfer. Okay, for data transfer we are using it. Okay, now in data transfer, one more concept is these concepts which we have just talked about. These are the physical, sorry, virtual data transfer. How we can transfer the virtually, right? But there is a physical data transfer concept is also there. For physical data transfer, we have three devices called Snowball, Snowball Edge, and Snowmobile. Okay, so basically, Snowball is nothing but it's a kind of disk actually, external disk, which is a kind of suitcase will be there where you can have the huge data actually. You can say here one snowball, one snowball can carry 80 TB of data actually. Okay, so it's not a plain data encryption. They are also providing the encryption so that you can, if there is any issue, it can be data can be retrieved. All these options are there actually. Okay, same way there is a snowball edge. Snowball edge is the higher capacity of similar snowball. Last one is the snowmobile actually. So snowmobile is a big truck. AWS have offered you the big truck actually, where you can have 100 petabyte of data. Okay, you can see here almost 1250 of snowball if you want to really carry. So now if I'll just show you snowmobile, how it looks like. It's a kind of truck actually, where you can carry this kind of truck, where you can carry a lot of data at one go. So you can see here almost 1200 petabyte of data actually. Okay, not 1200, 100 petabyte of data actually. It means 1250 snowballs. That much data you can carry. Okay, so if data is transferring, obviously that security, video surveillance, escorting service, all these things are responsibility of AWS. So AWS will take care of all these things, fire, suppressions. If there is any such kind of emergency there, how you can tackle all these things will be taken care by the AWS. Okay, so that's all about the S3. Okay, so before we drop, one more type of storage I would like to talk about. So S3 we talk about. Okay, EBS we talk about. So S3 is one storage where we can have a multiple buckets, right? And that multiple bucket can be accessed from the multiple places. Now, EBS. EBS is a storage which you can mount it. EBS is a storage which you can attach to one machine at one time. It cannot be attached at the multiple machines. Okay, that's a limitation into the one EBS at one machine. That's it. Now, what is the solution then? What is the other solution that one drive can be mapped to the multiple places? So earlier there was a concept of NFS, which I have given you, right? In Linux, actually, there is a concept of NFS. Okay, so now on the same concept, there is a AWS have given you solution which called EFS, Elastic File Storage actually, file system. Okay, this is network file system. It means one network, one file system can be mounted on the multiple systems. Okay, that's called a network file system, right? In the same way, there is Elastic. Now they put a word called Elastic. Now, as I mention every time, I keep on mentioning, right? So what is the mean of Elastic? Elastic, nothing but, it can be stretched to a limit, right? Let's suppose I have given you a 10 GB of EFS. So it's not limited to the 10 GB actually. That can be extended further as well. Okay, that's the meaning of elasticity. Okay, so we'll try to mount a EFS file system. I'll just show you how exactly it looks like. Okay, so before that, is there any question from anyone before we move to the EFS? No. Okay. So So in lab section, actually, most of the lab have been done. I have shown you. If you want to go through one by one. So we'll try to go through the EFS now. Bucket versioning I've already shown you. Resizing EBS, remember yesterday I have shown you how you can resize, how you can, downgrade, how you can reduce the size, how you can increase the size. Remember using a snapshot, right? By using a snapshot, you can, once you have the snapshot, either you can decrease, either you can increase your size, right? EBS volume. So that I have already shown you yesterday. Now we'll focus on the EFS. Okay, for EFS, one requirement is that we need a security group. Actually, we need a security group which have full permission. Basically, there are some ports are there, which port is needed. Okay, so it need to be have a full permission. So there is a two-way, right? Either we can create a security group which have full permission, right? Either we can update the same security group which we have to full permission, so that the inbound and outbound both access is full permission we can give, so that it's similar one can be utilized. So I think the similar one is the best one, right? So I've given you AWS 8, but it will be the current one which you are using actually. So depending on your name, like right now I'm using AWS 10. Okay, so I'll just edit that AWS 10 security group. I'll give full permission so that it can be utilized, right, for my EFS. So how we can do that? Let's jump here. Okay, so we need to have the security group, right? So remember, security group will be in the EC2 section. Go there in EC2. Okay, on left hand side, if you come down in the network and security, you'll be getting a security group. Okay, remember we are using AWS 10, right? Just choose this. Okay, inbound and outbound rule, these two tools you have to change it. Okay, basically one permission we already have, we just have to add one more rule, which is the giving the full permission, right? So I will say edit rules, add rule. Okay, I'll say all traffic, so 0.0.0.0/0. It means all traffic on all port actually. So I'm just giving, remember, this is not good idea for your production. If you're using production, this means that you're opening all the gates. Okay, that's never a good idea. Okay, and outbound traffic is already giving all traffic, all permissions. So I'll not be bothered about, right? Inbound and outbound, that's done. That's the first stage. Okay, next one is I have to create an EFS file. Remember, one EFS file can be mounted to the multiple systems, right? So if you want to see it, so I'll just create the first one. Okay, how exactly it works? Okay, there is a EFS. Then let's suppose there is a EC2. Okay. Now let's suppose I have a multiple EC2 machines, right? And let's suppose I am saying EFS slash data. Okay. I want to mount this EFS volume on multiple machines. Okay. Okay. Now let's suppose the similar EFS data I want to mount on the multiple machines, right? How we can achieve that? How we can same data mounting on the multiple machine. This is called a EFS section. If it is a EBS, if I'll change this configuration to EBS, that's not possible. Okay, that's only possible because I'm talking about it's a EFS. Okay, so you have to always remember. So now let's see how it is being done. So let's create a EFS file system. I think we need a two. So let's try doing it. Okay, one more thing, we need a two different subnet actually. Okay, one subnet we already have a. Okay, I mention somewhere that we need a two different subnet. Or we using the same subnet? No, 1B, right? So we need a two different subnet actually. That we have to remember. Same place, same VPC, but we need a two different subnet actually. Okay, so I doubt that I've updated this document somewhere. Okay, so what I'm going to do it, I will create a one more stage called. Okay, that's fine. I'll update this document later. I'll just show you. Okay, now remember what we are going to try it. Let's suppose this one is in subnet 1. Let's suppose this one is a subnet 2. So basically what I'm trying to show you, two different subnet machines can connect the same share of data actually. Okay, so for this purpose, one subnet we already have, right? So I'm going to create one more subnet for us. Okay, and then we'll see how it looks like. Okay, so let's be here only. We are in the security groups. We have just updated it, right? So what we are going to do it is we have to create one more subnet, right? So you have to go in a VPC. Okay, here is the subnet. So basically one subnet I already have, which is in 1A. Okay, I need another subnet which is in the 1B actually. Okay, similar way for you, if you are in US East 1A, you have to create another subnet called US East something B or something like that. Okay. So I will say, I'll choose my VPC. Okay. Let me just update the document as well at the same time so that you'll be having the updated document. Okay, so before creating this one, I need to create another subnet in okay. So what we can do, need to create another subnet in different availability zone. Okay, so what I'm going to do it, I will create another subnet and I'll give the IP address and the names as well. Okay, so for this purpose, jump on VPC section, click on subnet, create subnet. Okay, choose your VPC as VPC1 because remember VPC1 is something that we are playing around, right? That's the same VPC we have. Okay, so I will put some snapshot as well. Okay, now I can give some name public hyphen new. Let's suppose I'm just giving a okay, okay, and this one should be a different. Okay, the one which we are already having, this one should be, remember 1A is the originally that we have created. Now we have to create in a different availability zone that we have to take a look. 172.16.3.0/24. Okay, this is the way. Okay, I'll just mention these things. Below in your subnet setting. Different availability zone. That's important actually. Okay. This is the way. This is the way how you can choose, how you can create a new subnet. Remember, this one we could have been create initially only, but because we are not using, we are not using anywhere. Okay, so we just have to use here. That's the reason I'm creating in this way. I'll just save the document. I'll send this updated document as well. So you guys should have it. Okay, I'll say create subnet will be get created. Yeah, and then I think we are good. Now we can go back to our EFS. Now let's focus on the EFS. Okay, so same way, remember one EFS we have to create. Where is our document? Not this one. Okay, so here available subnet 1. Okay, and subnet 2. So subnet 1 was already there, which is called public. Okay, and subnet 2 we have just created called. Let me know if you're not following this. Public new. Okay, remember we already have one subnet which is called public. New one I'm just creating public new. Okay, just to showcase that in two different subnet, if we are creating two different subnet and IPs are there, the similar IP, similar elastic file system storage can be mounted. Always keep remember what exactly EFS. EFS is elastic file storage, which is nothing but a kind of storage that we are just mounting. One storage which is kept at the AWS, we can mount it and we can start copying our data and whatever we want to actually. That's a concept of. Okay, so I'm going to show you. So let's try creating a file system. Okay. So we'll say create file system. I will say my EFS. You have to choose your VPC, which is our VPC 1. Standard is fine. Okay, click on customize and choose few different details. Okay, so there is a customize option actually that you have to choose. Here you can see there is an option for infrequent access as well. So if you want to choose some different type of life cycle events, fine, that can be. Otherwise, leave it as a default. Don't change anything. Okay, so that's a file system. I think in the network section we have to change a bit, right? Go in next. Right, this is the network section actually. So 1A is 1B. So by default, 2 of the subnet is associated, right? So remember, we have to choose our public, and this is the one, the public new, which we have just created actually. And your security group, which is 10. Okay, and here as well, 10. This is the same security group we are playing. Remember, wherever you have to create, you have to choose the same security group. Okay, wherever there is an option called security group, choose the same security group which we are working actually. Okay, so two things. One is make sure subnet is you have taken properly. The public subnet we are working on, so public choose it. And the second one is public new, which we have just created, right? So both will be get created here. Anything else we have to choose it here? I don't think so. Yes. Okay, so let's say next. I will not change anything. Keep default everything. Say create. Still creating. Let it complete. Yes, got created. Okay, so say view file system. Okay, now one thing we have to do it is you have to create the access point actually. Now you can see here it's mentioned, right? We have to create a access point so that the similar access point can be mounted. Okay, so that you have to do it. Okay, so how you can do that? You have to come here in the access point and create access point. Okay, what name is being given? You give the same name. something, let's suppose access and slash access is the okay. User information, some user information you have to provide. Okay, so user ID is 100. Actually, that's the by default user ID permission that we are giving. That the what is the full permission access that we can give? How my machine will be able to access actually. That permission we have to provide. So I will say 1000. Group ID is also 1000. And secondary group ID is also 1000. Root directory creation permission. I think the similar permission we will give, right? Same permission, just give it. Okay. Here, the full permission is 777 that you have to fill. I've given everything in the documentation, so hopefully there should not be any problem. And we'll say create it. Okay. Now it means see what till what we have done till now. If you come here, this is right. So here actually slash access we have created. Means one of the directory, one of the storage we have created, and we are saying that okay, this storage is available for the mount. Anybody can mount and utilize it, right? So that's the same thing we are going to see how exactly it can be utilized, right? So okay, so what we will do, we will create two machines. Okay, so now you come here in the EC2, okay, and create two systems, which is in the two different availability zone, right? We'll try to mount both the system. We'll see how exactly they work actually. Okay, so let's try creating. Only remember that the two system should be in a two different groups. Always remember this picture. Okay, so two machine in two different, one in the public subnet, another one is the public new subnet, right? This is two different we are going to do, and we'll try to mount both the places this EFS file system, right? We'll see how exactly works. So let's try instance EFS. Let's suppose one will give name. This can be anything. We are just going to mount, so anything is fine. Only network setting is important that we will choose. Choose your VPC, and remember we have to choose our public subnet, right? That's important, and I'll say it enable. Rest of the things are fine, I believe so. Security group, yeah, you have to choose your security group which we are continuously using, which is AWS 10, yeah, and I'll say create. Sorry, keep your name also you have to choose. That's it. It will be get created. Meanwhile, let's create the another machine as well, which is in the another one, another place, right? We have created this. Now we'll create this machine, okay, which will be in the public new subnet group, right? So let's create, we'll give name as EFS2. Okay. Retire, key pair will use AWS 10. Network setting, same way. VPC, only we have to careful that it's a public new. That's the new subnet that we are working on. Okay, choose your same security group, which is already there. And that's it. So create. Okay, both the machines are coming. Let's wait. Just give 1 more minute, I think, to get ready. Okay, so the first one is ready. Let's try connecting it. Same way, pick your public. Okay, and go for putting. Okay, give IP, choose your authorization key. Say open, say accept. Okay, username is EC2-user as default. Here you go. Okay, same way, I'll open a new session and I'll connect the second machine as well. This is the EFS2. So you connect, choose your same key there, because the similar key we have utilized, right? I know why it's not connecting. Because we have created that subnet actually, but that subnet is not public yet actually. Okay, because we have to attach that subnet to the route table until unless it will not be a public. Okay, so don't worry about it. Machines still can be utilized. How we can do that? I'll update this documentation again a bit. Okay, create another subnet, attach new subnet to route table. Okay, so basically why we are doing it, so that it can become a public. That's the reason we are doing it. Okay, so how you can do that? Go to VPC section. Okay, jump in route tables. Okay, then choose public RT. I remember that what route tables is there. Okay, then edit subnet association. Choose, select the new subnet which we have just created. Okay, so what is the subnet name? Subnet hyphen new, public hyphen new, right? Public New. This is the subnet that we have just created, right? If we do this, then it will be, if we follow above steps, our public new subnet instances will become public. Okay, then you can connect from such. Okay, so let's try to do that. Okay, so I said go in VPC, yeah, then go in route tables, choose your route table, which is public RT, go in a subnet association. Okay, edit subnet association and just choose the public new, this one as well. Okay, that's it. Save. Okay, now if I'll attach, try connecting my machine, I should be able to connect it. So first one is I'm able to connect it because that one is running in the first subnet, right? This one I was not able to connect, so I will give a try now. I think I should be able to connect it. So new, same way, paste it here. Authorization key, open it. Yes, here you go. Right, EC2 user. Now if we pass it, here you go. Okay, so my both the machines are ready now, right? Let's try mounting the file system now. We'll see how it works. So okay, so first thing first, become sudo so that there should not be any problem. Okay, both are okay. Now what we have to do it, the documentation, which if we come on the EFS section, right? So how it's saying that you can mount it. Now you can see here all these things we followed. Access point we have created, right? Here we have to mount it. Okay, so okay, log into the EFS, jump to the file system, click on attach, yeah, and copy these things. Okay, so let's jump here. Okay, view. Once you create it on this page, we were there, right? So I will say attach. Okay, if I'll say attach, I will get this command to mount it, right? So this is the command actually which you can mount it, but before, remember, we need to mount on the EFS, right? That file, that place we need actually where we can mount it, or any file, that's fine, anything you can give. Okay, so what I'll do, I have anyway mkdir EFS, you can run on this both the machine, mkdir EFS. Okay, and run the same machine here, EFS. Okay, now we'll try to mount it. Let's copy this and just paste it here. Okay, sorry. You have to choose the mount IP actually. This one you have to choose so that it can. Okay. So now you can see here we have two different mount points, right? One is in the 1A, another one is the 1B, right? So we have to mount it. Actually, in general case, if you go in the industry somewhere, you can directly mount it from DNS actually. Same mount point will work everywhere. But reason behind it, because it will not work because we don't have any entry in the DNS actually. Okay, so we can do in this way. We can just mount 1A, we can pick for the first machine, and 1B is the another availability zone where another subnet our running, right? This one, right? This one is 1A, okay, and this one is the second subnet, which is running in a 1B actually, okay, right? So IP, we have to choose the first one, we have to choose from here 1A, okay, then I'll get this mount point. Let's try to mount it. Okay, if I run command df-h, I can see this is the one point which is got created, right? That's good. Now, if the second machine, which we have to mount it, okay, so I'll choose 1B. Okay, and now we'll try to mount. There is a different IP address will be there here. Okay, let's try mounting here. Here you go. We got mounted, right? Two different machine in two different subnet got mounted, right? This is the mount point actually. Okay, I can come here in EFS. Okay, so mkdir 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. CD EFS. You're getting something? What is happening? So I have created files here, which is in a different availability zone, right? Different machine, but the same file is being updated here, right? Now let's suppose I'll create some more touch test file, right? One more file I have just created. Now if I'll just run it LL, I can see the test file got created here as well, right? Two different. So basically, I think now you'll be able to understand one machine, or sorry, one storage that I'm sharing on the two different places, right? And that too in two different availability zones. And you can see here the sync up. It's very quick. Whatever things will be created here, that will be get sync up on the another storage immediately. Got it? Any doubt here? Anyone?
No, no doubts for me.
Okay. So this is the way actually you can play around it. EFS is very good solution, which you will see that the most of the places people are using it. Okay, and this is the way you can mount it. Make sure that the ones you have done it, make sure to clean it up. That's very much important. Okay, so I am going to do it. So you can see here what is the cleaning up process. So you have to remove the access point first, and then you have to remove the file system, right? And finally EC2, terminate the EC2 instance. We will do the same thing. Come here. So you have to delete the access point. Yeah, this is the access point which we have to delete it first. Got deleted. Now we'll delete our file system. You have to give the name as deleted. Once this has got deleted, then you can finally terminate your EC2 instances. Deletion will take some time because, yes, that's got done. Now you can terminate your EC2 instances. Okay, so this is the entire process for EFS. I've updated the document. I'll make sure to send you, or maybe I'll just upload it here itself and I'll give you the link. You can easily get the access for that. You can download it. Maybe I'll send an email because some of the people might not be here. So I'll send an email so everybody will get it. Okay. I'll save this document as well. Okay, so I think it's more than 1 hour. Let's have a break. Okay, come back and then we'll jump on the day 5 contents. Yeah.
Okay, Rahul, thank you.
Okay.
I'm back.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Thank you. I need to set up this. I'll just share this one as well. Just a rough diagram is there, but might be, can be useful. Okay, so EFS is good. Just try doing it. Okay, I think if you do from your side, you will face some issues here and there. Okay, so for that purpose itself, I'm here. If you try, if you stuck somewhere, you can come up with the questions, and I'll more than happy to help you. Okay. Now we'll jump on the day 5, which is the original one. We know that we are a bit behind to the schedule, but don't worry about it. We'll cover it. Okay. So one thing that we are going to cover is two parts is there actually. One is the Git. Git will be the smaller. It should not be too much thing. And then we will have the Terraform. So Terraform is a very good tool these days on DevOps market. A lot of people are using it. Okay. So we'll focus on the Terraform. Okay. But before that, we'll focus on the Git. Okay. So, and there is a lab as well for both. So let's jump on the Git. Okay, I think you most of you might have already heard about the Git actually. What exactly the GitHub you might be aware, right? So it's a code repository actually, where we can keep our code, right? A lot of people, it's a public repository and open source solution. Most of the people are using actually. Okay, so we are going to see both the things, how the public repository on website that we can manage, and as well as at the same time how we can manage on the locally as well. Locally means if we have our computers, how we can. So mostly if you go on a in production environment or somewhere, you will see that the it will be always on the local. Management will be always local. Local means you will clone your copy on the local, then do some update, then push it back to the repository on the remote side, right? All these things are happening. So that's the same thing. That's the same exactly things we are going to do it here. There is some history and etc. You can see here about Git. You can go through. Okay, it's Linus Torvald. He was the inventor actually. That's the same guy who is the inventor for Linux operating system actually. Okay, so one thing that I would like to discuss with you is Git is called three things actually. Two names actually we can call it. 2 or 3 names I would say. Okay, so I'll keep noting it. Okay, so now we are on a day 5. Day 5. Sorry. Okay, so one thing, if we talk about Git, right? So in Git actually, it's a code. Many things we can call it actually. Code repository. I'll tell you why we are calling it all code repository, then source code management. Source code management. Okay. Third one, we can call it as a version control. VCS, version control system. Okay. Now, Okay, why we are calling all these things? Okay, Git. If you open a GitHub here, okay, this is the GitHub, right? I think most of the people must be already aware. Okay, so GitHub is the public repository where we are keeping our codes, right? There are 4 million organizations, 83 million developers, 200 plus million repositories are there, and people are using it, right? Free of cost. Okay, so a lot of people are using, a lot of people are working here. GitHub is the very common these days, actually. Okay, now we'll see how we can utilize it. Okay, so that's the first thing is the code repository where we can keep our code. Second one is source code management. That's called as a SCM tool as well sometimes. SCM, source code management. Okay, why we are calling a source code? Source code means any of the open source solution there will be a source code, right? Source code means basic code where you are keeping it actually. Okay, for that purpose most of the source code are being managed at GitHub only. Remember, if you remember last week itself when I was talking about Docker, right? I told you that the Docker is the uh, tool. Docker is the tool which is uh, fork of Moby, right? Moby is the source code actually. Moby is the source code. From there, the GitHub have been prepared, right? Sorry, Docker have been prepared, right? So GitHub is the place where we are keeping the source code as well for most of the application. Okay, that's why it's called as a source code management tool as well. There are multiple tools are also available in the same way, like Bitbucket and a lot of other tools are also available. Okay, but GitHub is obviously it's a very famous one. Most of the public is using it. Okay, so that's a source code management. Okay, then third is we are calling as a version control system. Now, why we are calling as a version control system? Now, remember we are just talking about S3 bucket, right? So same place, I have discussed about the version controlling, right? How we can control the versions, how we can control the versions. Okay, so for that purpose, we have version means, let's suppose a multiple same way. Remember in S3 I was showing you, right? If multiple copies I know I'm uploading, how we can make sure that the different copies are being saved, right? And the older one, if we want to pick the older one, how we can make sure that the older one we can pick. All these things are possible in the GitHub as well. So Git will always make a copy. Git will always make a copy of the older one, older version. So if there is any problem, the older version will be they will be able to revert it at any point of time. That possibility is always there. Okay, that's why it's called as a version control system as well. So whatever the way you want to manage it, there is a possibility that you can manage it. Okay, so why Git? So answer, I think you will see the this stats from here, stats from here itself. 200 plus million repositories. It's a open source, no charges you have to give, right? Security and etc. Those things also you can manage. You don't have to keep everything on the public. A lot of benefits are there actually. That's why people are using a Git. There is a customized version is also available. Okay, now what is the repository? So repository or Git project incom encompasses the entire collection of files and folder associated with the project. Means for one application, whatever is needed, right? File, folder, uh, exe, bash, script, whatever is needed to run for one application, that everything is kept into the one repository or that project. That's called as a project actually. Okay, like we'll give you one example of movie. I was saying as a movie, right? So if I'll search for right? So let's suppose the Docker. This is the one movie project actually. Okay. Now think about this is one project, right? In this one project, I can have a multiple folders. I can have a multiple folder which will do a multiple job. I'll not go through in that, even though I'm not aware as well, because that's a big one actually, open source. It's a big company manage. Okay. So let's suppose for one application, movie is one application, entire one application. Okay. For that purpose, what all the things are required? Okay. What all the things are required? Those things are being managed in one repository, one place, that's called one repository. You can see here files, folders, Docker file, whatever is needed, right? Everything is one place. That is called a repository actually, in a simple term. Okay. If you want to download, there is a possibility for, I'll show you how you can clone in the local, but if there is a possibility that sorry, there is a possibility that you can download at a zip as well. Okay. And how you are going to clone and etc., those things we are going to learn just in some time. Okay. Now GitHub model, right? All those things are very simple. What we are going to do in a practice, that's the same thing. GitHub model actually. Okay. This one we are going to talk about what exactly the GitHub model. Okay. So basically the model says first thing that you have to do it is if there is any code is there, right? Any code is there, you have to clone that code to local. You have to clone that code to local. Okay. Do some changes. Okay. And then create a pull request and then merge and deploy. That's the process actually. Okay. It means that if there is let's suppose there is a master branch always there, right? So you will never play with the master branch. Okay. Okay. Now let's suppose what I'm trying to say. Okay. So there is a master branch. Then okay. So clone from master. Okay. Change your code. I'll show you on the ground as well how exactly it works actually. Then add to Git, commit to Git. Okay, and then finally push to Git. Otherwise, it's all can be done at one go. Add, commit, and push to Git. Okay, and then we'll say merge and finally deploy. Okay, so this is the entire process which used to be followed. Okay, one by one. Okay, so the very first thing is you have to do it is you have to make sure that it's going downstream. Okay, so the very first thing that you have to do it is you have, let's suppose I have a code, right? I have a code at central repository. I'm a manager, okay, or maybe one is the maintainer. Okay, so ideally, let's suppose I'm a developer. It's not a good idea that I will go and start doing something into the master branch, right? Master is the one branch which is being managed for the production deployment, right? So it's not a good idea that you go and start, doing some changes into the master branch, right? So to avoid any mistakes, what we can do, we can clone from the master, then change our code, right? Do some git, commit, push, merge it, and then deploy. This is the process that we should follow actually. Okay, so for this process, we'll start our machine. We need any one single machine. So same machine I'm going to create, which was I'm not going to create actually. There is a machine, right? Docker machine, which we already have it. So I'm going to start the same machine, which we have shut down actually. So even though if you have terminate your machine, fine, you can create a new, just Linux machine is needed. So try Red Hat machine, any of the Red Hat machine should be fine. It will take maybe 1 minute. Yep, now it's ready. Well, let's try connecting it. Okay, so same way, paste the IP. Username is EC2-user. Okay. I'll just make a big screen so that okay. make a sudo. That's it. Okay. Now we'll open the document, which is for the practical. So from here we'll follow. Okay, so very first thing is installation we need, right? So let's try installing it. Okay, so this is the command actually to install Git. Okay, that's done. Then we need, okay, some more configuration that we have to need it. We have to make it actually. So username, email address, remember change yours one. This is I'm using for mines. So make sure you change it for yourself. Then email address we have to set up. Then we have to set up this core editor, which is the default editor I'm going to use actually. So VI is the, okay. This is the command to check it. Okay. If you have updated properly, you will be able to see all these configurations. My name, right? Then email address, then core editor, default value. Okay. And the similar thing can be checked from this git config file as well. Otherwise, other way around, if you really want to update this one, you can update in the same way, user name, etc. So there are multiple ways, right, to update it. So either you update it by this way, this command way, either even though if you want to edit this file, you can edit this file and put in this format. So Git will work. Okay, so installation is very, very easy, right? Now what we are going to do it. Okay, now let's me just log into my GitHub account, then I'll show you. I doubt I remember the password. That's a challenging. So just give me a moment. Let me stop my screen and I'll search my password somewhere. Then I'll log in and share it again. Just give me a moment. Searching password these days is a big problem. Every time. GitHub, and if you don't have account, please make a account there. That's that will be needed many places actually. So just make sure you have account. Okay, I need to reset the password. I believe so. Just bear with me, please. So I got the password. Let me share my screen now. Okay, so this is my GitHub account actually. Okay, so I am going to show you how exactly you can work, how exactly clone you can clone to the local, how exactly you can update something and then doing other process around. Okay, so few things that you have to take it out. Okay, so okay, one thing that you have to, you have to make sure, one thing that you have to make sure that, how you can check that the local, right? So if there is a local repository, how you can check that one, how you can play around it, right? So let me just show you how you can. So let's suppose, okay, so let me create something called Git. Okay, mkdir Git, right? CD. If I'll go there in the Git folder, there is nothing, right? So basically, what exactly how the Git works actually? Okay, Git will always track if there is anything inside the folder which got added. Okay, so Git will always ask you that the okay, if it is a repository, if it is a repository, like let's suppose I'll run the command git status. Okay, there is no repository, it is saying, right, there is nothing running here. But if I'll do a git init, right, if I'll start a git here, so Git will start tracking this directory. Git will say, okay, if there is anything got added in this directory, I will track, I will tell you. Okay, so till the time either you can add it, either you can remove it. It's until unless you commit actually. So there is local. If we talk about the locally, right? If let's suppose this one, I was talking about the git add commit push, right? Change your code. Forget about the cloning right now. Okay. If I talk about only this one and this one. Okay. So basically, how exactly the git work actually that I'm trying to show you, then we'll clone and work it actually. Okay. So now if you see here, right now there is nothing running, nothing is there. Okay, and if I'm running command git status, showing nothing, right? Now let's suppose I will say git init. Okay, so if I run a ls-al now, I can see there is a .git folder, right? It means it is working now as a local git repository. Now, if I run the command git status, it will show me on branch master, no commit, yes, nothing to commit, right? It means it's started tracking, right? What about if I'll create some file, test file? I've created this file, right? Now, if I run the git status, it will give me the red error. It will say you there is an untracked file actually. It means you have created this git, you have created this file on the local, right? But git is have just identified, but you have not added to the git repository actually. You got it, right? It's just working as a local file, but it's not into the git repository. Okay, for that purpose, you have to run two commands. One is the git add the test file. Okay, now if you run the git status again, you'll show this time it is showing as a green, and it will show you have to commit, you have to commit it actually. Okay, so you have to run the command git commit -m. You have to put some comments there. What is the purpose? A new file to be added, something, some comments there. -m means some comments you're passing. Got it? Now if you run the git status, now it's all clean, right? It means that if the git is running, git will keep tracking. Git will keep tracking what you're doing, right? What you're doing inside and everything. This is the how actually git works actually. Okay, now I'll just show you how we can clone the repository and edit it. Okay. Okay. One thing I would like to just show you that let's suppose I want to connect, I want to establish a connectivity. Now, remember all these things I'm doing inside, right? Inside my system. What about if I have to go here in the public repository? This is the public repository, right? What is it? This is the public repository. Okay, this is the GitHub, account. If you logged in, you will be also able to see the, repositories. You can pull the repositories from somewhere else, right? All these repositories are there. Okay. Now, what about if I want to clone this repository? Okay. So let's suppose I will pick anyone. Let's suppose this is the top one, which is in there, my repository actually. And if I want to clone this, there is a command. Okay. Okay, let's copy this one. And I will say, let's come out from here. Okay, on the root, right? So I will say git clone. Okay. What is that folder? Terraform. You can see here, right? So there is a public repository. There is a public repository that I have just cloned it actually. There is another way actually for securing. If you want to really secure your repository, actually, there is a way I have given here that you can generate your key you can generate your SSH and put there. But that's fine. Those things are not needed in our case actually, because we are not using that that kind of secured system. My repositories are public repository actually. So once you install it, Git, if you directly try to clone this repository, okay. But before that, you have to fork this one in your account actually. How you can fork that? If I'll open this repository here, if you logged in, you will be getting this option as a fork. Okay, because I have already forked in my account. That's why it's not showing. But if you logged in your account, it will show you as a fork, right? Fork means nothing but you're sending that repository which is in my account in your account. Okay, but you have to make sure that you logged in first. If you logged in, then if you fork it, it will come in your account. Okay, so that's how the forking concept works. Okay, now major thing that I would like to show you, this one, right? So clone from the master, this is something that you are going to do. Actually, Git is, as for my experience, the experience that I have, there is not a lot that you have to work. Few certain tasks is there that you always have to work around it. And most of the time which I have worked in my experience of 15 years, and last 5-7 years in the DevOps, I've seen that this kind of work is there only cloning, changing some code, git push, git add, git commit, that's it. Okay, merge and deploy. Okay, so in Git, this is the main thing. If you are working somewhere already, you might be already aware, and even though if you get the job somewhere, you will see that this is the most work that you'll be getting actually to work with. clone from the master, change your code, okay, add, commit or push something, and then merge and deploy. Okay, so what I'm going to do it, let me pick any of the code. I'll pick some code, let's suppose. Let's suppose the same one, which I've given here, sample. This is the one I have given to you guys, right? So let's work on the same one. Okay, so we'll clone it, we'll change something into the code, will and then push it back. So let's try it out. Okay, let's clear everything. Okay, now command is clone, git clone. Okay, this is the command that you'll be running, cloning. Then git clone. Okay, it's clone. Now, if you see the folder, there should be a sample node.js react npm, right? Now let's jump there. Okay. Now, if you see here, there are a bunch of files will be there. Okay, it means some files got already added, right? Some files are there. Now, from where these files came, okay. Now, if you go on here, so you'll be able to see the projects. Sample node.js react npm. This is the public repository, right? So this is the same thing which I have just posted here. Okay, you can see here the Jenkins public and etc. All these files are here. Okay, now what we are going to do it, we will add some changes here in the code, and then we'll try to push it back here. Okay, then we'll see how it works. So if we will be here, so change your code, right? Cloning is done. Now we are going to change your code. So let's try changing something code. What we can do. Okay, this is the file. I'll not change anything, otherwise, the other problems will be started. So what I'm going to do it, I will change this README file. Okay, so let's add README. Just it's just a reader, right? So the new line that we are adding for our git testing, right? So I'm just changing something into the code, okay? And if I run the command git status, it will show me, okay, you have modified readme.md, which you are yet to add, right? So what I'm going to do it, I'll run git add readme.md. Yes. Now, if I run the git status, it will show me, okay, that's a green, okay, and but you have to commit it. Yeah. So let's commit it. Git commit -m, and you need to pass some comments, which is could be anything. Git testing. Job done. If I run the git status now, it should be all clean. Yeah. So this is the way actually how you can play around it. I will update your documentation. So let's suppose edit readme file. Okay. Now same thing. Okay, for this one, git add. What all the things we are going to add? Okay, that's one thing. Then another command is git commit you have to add. Okay. And git push is the last command. But before git push, actually, we have to add one more command, which is called this one. Okay. So git remote add origin and then your repository. So what I have to do it. So I will run git remote add origin and that location is the package we are dealing with. Okay, so you see here, this is the package that we are working on. Right, so I'll just copy from here and I'll run this command. Okay, remote origin is already there, so fine. That is also already there, so we will just run this command push. Okay, now it will ask you the user ID and the password. You have to provide the same training 4 and the password. Okay, sorry, I mistake that one. Okay, so recently they have changed. Actually, now you have to use your user ID for push. Actually, for pushing thing, you need your user ID plus personal tokens. That personal token will be like this. Okay, now how you can create your personal token? So that one also I have given here, the way how you can create it. Okay, so okay, so this is the way actually you can create setting, developer, personal tokens, generate. Okay, and choose repo, admin repo, and delete repo. Okay, so let's generate this one. Okay, so remember this one you have to do it from your. Okay, so when you're uploading, right, when you're uploading your repository to the gate. So it is asking for user ID and the password. Earlier, actually, user ID and the password, whatever you are using, that was being utilized. But you can see here from August 13th, right? Last year, actually, last year they have removed this option. Now they are saying that you cannot use the password for security reason, actually, and you have to generate your tokens. Okay, that token, good thing is, one time token generation would be there. That similar token you can utilize multiple times, actually. So I will generate mines one. You can come here into the settings. Then developer setting, personal access tokens. Okay, there was something which was earlier already got created. I don't know. So I will create a new token called anything. You can give name, git, and I will click the same way, repo, admin. Okay, then delete repo. I think that's more than enough. Okay, and I'll say generate. Okay, so here is the key got generated. Let's try it out here. Git push again. So it will ask your user ID. Training 4. On place of password, use that token. Here you go. Yeah. So if you use the token, now if you come here in the repository, ideally I should have it somewhere. So if you come in your repository, now it should be get updated. The sample React NPN, right? So if I'll come here, so remember I have just updated this readme MD, right? This is the line that, where is that line? This is the new line that we are adding for your git testing, right? So this is something that we have just pushed it. Okay, so this is the way how you can push it. So if I'll finalize this document, git commit, and then you have to run the command called git push. Okay, so these are the 3 commands that you have to use for this purpose. Okay, then if it is okay, now one thing that you have to do it, you have, this one actually you have directly updated, but there is a possibility that you can create a different branch. You can create your different branch, change your code in your branch, and then merge it to the master. That possibility is also there. So if you're doing that, then merging can be done. Merging can be done from the portal actually. Okay. Merge code from Git portal. Okay, this is the way. And finally, deployment. No, you don't have to worry about it for now. Deployment will be done in a from the Jenkins. So we'll see how the Jenkins will be done. Deployment will be done in Jenkins. Okay, so this is the way actually how your entire flow works. Okay, there is few things that more you can do that, if you want to create a different branch, you can create a different branch and then try uploading it. That can be done. Okay. Any question here? Okay, I'll take it. No. Well, this black screen is coming. I don't know. Another way we can. This one is better, right? Okay, I'll put both the. Okay, so that's fine. That's about. Okay, now we'll jump on the Terraform. Okay, so okay, so I think let's have a quick break. I think we are in the final hours. We are already delayed. But fine, we'll take a 5 minute quick break, come back, and then we'll start Terraform. Okay.
Okay.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Hey, Rahul.
Okay, so we are uh, reaching towards the final stage for today. So what we are going to do it is we'll talk about Terraform. Okay, Git is done. Now in Terraform is a very good tool actually. If you understand it, bit good way, this is a very good tool which is being used in the many places actually. Okay, so now what exactly the Terraform? Why we are using? Okay, Terraform is mainly being utilized for the automation, infrastructure automation. That's called as a infrastructure as code. Okay, so when I'm saying infrastructure as code, it means that whatever I'm doing, right? Whatever I'm doing here in AWS, that can be done. That can be done using Terraform actually. Okay, that easily can be done via Terraform. So these things are there. These things are there that that we have to we will learn here. We will learn here that the okay, I have to create some EC2, I have to create some VPC networks, etc., etc. How these things I can do it via Terraform, right? And Terraform is a very useful tool that most of the people are using. I can see that the wherever I'm working for last 3 4 years, most of the places people are using actually. Okay, so how they are utilizing, in what condition they are utilizing, right? And what all the resources that you can create. Most of the things we'll try to discuss here. Okay, so let's talk about some of their Terraform actually. So Terraform, you can see here, it's the infrastructure as code. Now, why I'm saying as infrastructure as code, what exactly the meaning of infrastructure as code, right? So infrastructure as code means something, as I said, right? So when I'm saying a VPC, EC2, S3 bucket, or EMR cluster, or anything in AWS that you are creating, that's called as the infrastructure, right? Now, if I'm managing that infrastructure in the code, that's called as infrastructure as code, means it's a ready code that we can use it at any point of time. Okay, just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Yeah, sorry. Uh, okay. So when I'm saying infrastructure as code, it means that wherever there is a need, that any infrastructure that can be written in a code, that will be written. Okay. And one good thing is that management is very easy, right? Let's suppose for me, for my instance, what all the things are needed. Let's suppose 5 EC2 instances needed. A lot of these things are needed, right? So if 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 I'm writing it into the code, then management is easy, right? I can create code at I can create my resources at any point of time, right? We don't have to wait about it. We don't have to go one by one, and the code is always ready to sit. That can be reusable, right? Multiple places it can be utilized. Okay, this is the way actually how infrastructure as code works actually. There are many other tools as well, uh, but we'll focus on the Terraform for now. Okay, now when I'm saying it's all about coding, right? It's all about the code, how you are writing the code actually. So when I'm saying a code, it's written into the HashiCorp language. That's called HCL. Okay, HashiCorp configuration language. That's mainly Terraform is using actually. That's mainly that Terraform is using for management. So we'll see how exactly it looks like. You can see here that's a sample. Sample is written, right? Let's suppose a simple EC2 instance you have to create. So a sample code how it will looks like, right? So AWS instance resource is AWS instance. Then what is the resource name? That's the example. And what is the AMI that you're going to use? So ABC123, just for the namesake have been given. Some other information like uh, some network interface or something else you want to pass that information, that you can pass via this way actually. So we'll see how how exactly it works. Now you can see here there are syntax references how how exactly you are writing. So if anybody is a coder or developer, he will get to understand how you can comments, how exactly But most of the things I'll tell you, like from where you can get it actually. So most of the code, even I'm doing it a lot of the coding on the on this, but I'm not writing it anywhere. Okay, mostly Terraform codes you can get from their documentation. Excellent documentation is available for their pages their pages that you can just utilize as per your I can show you registry. Okay, so right, so this is the page actually, registry.terraform.io, from where you'll get all the information like you can see here, right? So how exactly it works, right? Everything will be getting here on the registry page. This is the one sample. If I want to write a code for AWS instance, how I can write it. So these are all the information you'll be getting it here. Okay, that's called registry.terraform.io. Okay, so yeah, so how you can create your instances, right? So these are mostly there is a practical information are there, how you can, what commands are there, Terraform apply, these are the commands actually. Okay, so better what you can do. Okay, so we can try installing our Terraform. Okay, and the practical will do it tomorrow, but at least we'll try to install our Terraform on our machine. Okay, base machine. So we'll see whether we are able to do that or not. Okay, it's a straightforward installation. So we'll use the same machine, which is the Docker is already there. So if you have already, fine. Otherwise, simple, you can just do the installation of Docker. Yeah. So same steps which we have followed for the Docker installation. Similar steps that you can follow for the Docker again. but just make sure Docker is running, because few practical that we are going to do related to the Terraform, which is related to the Docker actually. So Docker should be there. Okay. Now, on top of Docker, installation of Terraform is very straightforward. You can see here only two packages, commands are there, three commands are there. So let's try to connect it. This is the same machine actually where the Docker I'm running. I'll show you. Okay, so Docker info, right? That's the same machine is there. Okay, so what I need to do it, this is the first command. We'll download the Terraform package actually by this command. And then we'll run this unzip. Okay, it's done. Now we'll unzip our Terraform. And if all good, my Terraform should be working. Okay. Now if I run command Terraform version 1.0.9, that's it. Okay. So okay, your version of Terraform is out of date. Okay, anywhere we have updated the version. Okay, there are a lot of practice are there that we are going to do it actually. Okay, so okay, now you can see here the older version. We are using the older version, right? So we can upload, we can update the the newer version. 1.0.9 is the older version when I have created the document actually at that point of time. Now you can see here the recent latest is 1.2.4. Okay, so that we can download if you really want. Otherwise, we can follow the same one. We'll go with the same way. Okay. Download.html. Now, if you come here, I think you'll be able to find the latest. For Linux, what is the latest? CentOS. Hmm. 1.2.4 is the latest one actually. Okay, so that's fine. That's we have bit older version, but I don't think there should be any problem. Otherwise, if you really want, okay, we can just download there is a two-way to installation. Okay, so either we can do this way, either we do the yum install, okay, and the repository, get repository added. Otherwise, the same way, the way we did, right? So what we can do, otherwise let's follow the same one. We'll see if there is any error is coming. Okay, so installation is done. Trying to download. Okay. Now if I run the Terraform version, how is it possible? Version of Terraform is still, is it so? What is the version that older one we have used? AMD 64. Huh? Let's copy this link. Okay, let's do the same way which we have done it earlier, so that we'll see if we are able to. So we did this way, right? Call -o. Okay, then we did unzip. One 1.2.4, I believe, right? Yes. Okay. Now if I run Terraform version, hopefully now it should show me. Yes, that's a newer version, right? So if I have to go for updated version, this is the way. Okay. So, but this one is not needed, I believe. If it is needed, tomorrow what we are going to do, we will do the practice. We will see if it is needed, whether the newer version is needed. If it is not needed, then we'll keep on the older version only. Okay. Please follow below. Okay. So most probably, as per my understanding, there should not be any need for the newer version, because the others practice which is there, which is running on the older one, which is already tested, right? I'm thinking that there should not be any other problem on those testings. Okay, so we'll do tomorrow the full testing, and then we'll see if there is any error. Then we'll keep it as a older itself. Okay, for now, just I have updated the document. Okay, so this is this one, the practice we are going to do it tomorrow. There is a lot of things are there in the Terraform actually. A lot of things are there that we will give a try tomorrow. Okay, we'll see how we'll try to create some EC2 machines. We'll try to create some other infrastructure and etc. Okay, we'll see how it works. Any other questions apart from this? So if you have your machine running, make sure to just shut it down. Okay, don't terminate it. So that it can be utilized again tomorrow. Okay. Any other things? If not, then thank you. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.